What's up, Dambos? Hello. How does it feel to be on time? No idea. Have you ever felt that feeling? Me neither. I met. Wait, what's. What? Weird things are happening. Anyway. Hello. Hi. Wait. Okay. Okay, weird things were happening. Hi. This is the true one. Hi, Sandro. Hello, people. Good morning. Sorry for being late. I really wanted to create that proxy of the file so that I could work on something today. Sorry. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit too late. But I got myself coffee and I actually already woke up around like... That's you, Meta. I call you Meta. It's not Meta Ladit. It's just Meta. I wanted to I actually had already a call at 10 and I was already here. But enough about me. How are you doing? How is it going? Say hi to your evil twin that lives under the desk too. Bye, Jane. They're saying yes. They're saying hi. Yeah. Who? Jake was. Yeah. Jake, the dumb one. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Okay, I'll tell him. She says hi. Hi, Ashkelon. Hello. Good morning. Hi. Hi, people. How is it How is it going? How is it everything? Wait. Let me fix the tomatoes. My volume is too low. You sure? I need to fix these kind of things. I need to find a way on how to fix these things, to be honest. We don't talk about Marius! This one maybe is too low, high. Pajamas? Shut up, Cami. I'm just wearing sweatpants. Yeah, fixed it. Wait. What the heck? Dev! Dev, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Welcome in! Maris, thank you so much for the 20 fucking months. And Dev, thank you so much for the 3. Pomo not working? You sure, Cami? You sure? I need to fix the sentence. Actually, since I've heard the sentence I heard the most in the channel. I know! It's like every time there's things that I have to fix every single time and I never get to fix them. I am feeling way better. I feel like people, I need to keep this in mind for future reference, that if I spend time with someone, then I need to recharge my battery. Booba? Wait, what? Cami, you did not. Booba, it's for the. Wait. Okay. Hi, Pierre. Hello. Oh, I didn't take a. Oh shit! I forgot to take a picture to say that I'm live. Okay. Let me do this cringe thing. Let me. You already know. By the way, yesterday I went out with the new boots. Beautiful boots. Oh my god, I love them. Wait, let me fix the cam. I think that if you can hear kisses from the outside, that's my mom kissing the dog. No, oh, no. Pierre, ignore that. It's like... Well, thank you so much for the gifted one. Shit. Pierre. Sorry, Pierre. It's like, we don't accept compliments to me here, and mods are not too fluent in Italian, so I think they were thinking that Bella was more like a compliment towards me. We know that you didn't mean it, but yeah. Yeah, no. Don't worry, Pierre. I'm sorry. You do understand. Eury, thank you so much for the 3 months. Yeah, I know, Cami, it's fine. No worries. I thank you so much already for what you do. Bueno, thank you so much for the gifted again. I appreciate you. What the fuck? I don't. Oh my god! I took a. My boots are not on still, but I took a video of me removing them. Fuck! It was difficult. Fuck if it was difficult. Wait, let me do this. The picture to say that I'm going live. Oh, and then we have to discuss about things. I need to ask you things because I'm generally like very concerned about our word. I don't understand things, and I don't understand if it's like my fault or the word is crazy. You know, like well, this light is not bright enough. Wait. Oh, the ring light is leaving me. That's fun. We're missing a light. I'm missing one light. So we're gonna have more of this one. I guess I have to get a new ring light. That's actually 2 years old. So makes sense. Wait, let me... Oh, you didn't understand things? Sorry, I was very far away. I was just saying that I need to ask you questions about the word because I'm confused. But Auri, thank you so much for the 3 months. I wanted to do the... Let me take this picture to put on Twitter and then I'm gonna ask you things. Okay, question. No, today there's not gonna be Tenet, unfortunately, because he's he's on a trip, so he cannot join us. Thank you for the train, by the way, that is going on. There's already too much stuff on this overlay. I need. Anyway, DJ still tomorrow. We can have it today if you want to. If you want, we can have it today. Yes, Ando, about Twitter. Chat, what is wrong with Twitter? Every single time that I try to give it like a new like chance, I hate it. Why are people so fucking angry? What is going on? What is happening? I am generally like, I generally don't know what to say. Right, like look at this. Give what a chance? Sorry, Twitter, yes. I don't... Like, look at this. Am I gonna share something weird? I hope not. Like, look at this. I made a tweet the other day. I tweeted something yesterday saying you don't need to do things to deserve basic needs. You don't need to deserve food. You don't need to deserve sleep. You don't need to deserve love. In a way that I don't know if it's me not explaining myself well, but what I meant was like, you don't have to do things to work harder to get like someone to love you. You don't have to work 3,000 hours in order to be able to sleep. You don't have to go 5 times to the gym to eat what you want. Like, this was what I meant. This is like, it's like a loving tweet. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? I should have not answered, but I do answer because like I don't understand. Basically what I usually tell you, chat, you don't need to deserve food. You don't need to deserve sleep. Just because you are alive, you deserve to sleep the right amount of time. And I was like, oh yes, it isn't disincentives land. I was like, bruh. I was like, why should a terrible person deserve love? Argue, please. How the fuck did you get to this point? How did you get here? When I'm just saying other things, like, why do you raise a polemic when I'm just saying that you don't need to work more, do more to be loved? Why do you have to share hate? And then argue, please. And like, bars, I don't know if it meant me or the other person. And then I think that they deleted the did they delete it? No, they did not, right? No. Okay, so to ask you to argue a sentence that she said, which I find completely nonsense, is to be polemic and hate. You know, you didn't ask me to explain. You didn't ask me to explain my first sentence. That's not what you were asking me. You just said like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, and then for information without getting offended immediately and run on the defensive as you were as you are doing. Bro, you were the first one answering, yes, the disincentives land. And like, or you can simply stop writing nonsense things. And then you got a point? Where is the point? I am generally so, like, man, you replied to my tweet about love with aggression. You good? Aggression, okay. Chat, I'm not understanding why there's so much hate out there. Why is there like, man, you are, can I remove, like, can I, oh, is it a follower of mine? Block you. Get fucked. Why do you have to share hate? And you too. Block. Why do you, people, if I can teach you anything out of this world, anything. F for Jacopo, no, get fucked yourself. Like, if I can teach you anything, don't be fucking a fucking nightmare. Don't be a pain to people. Was it you, Clade? I hope so. I'm joking, but I mean, like, was it you, Clade? Was that you? Clade, was that you? Yes, I blocked you. If you said you got a point to him, did you? Was that you? Was that? No, I do reply. Where you say I got a point or he has a point, Clade? Who has a point to you? Because people are narcissists and Twitter just fuels them. True. No, Clade, I don't understand if you're saying that I got a point or he got a point. If you think that he got a point, get offended. I don't care. But if you're saying that I got a point and I blocked you by mistake, I'm sorry. I don't understand why people are being so mean towards each other. I every time I'm like very scared of like tweeting something because of these things. But I'm just saying nice things. And I don't understand why people are being so mean. But I want to be there. Like, I want to be there. Oh, I was trolling the guy, but you were... That didn't make sense. I don't understand Twitter. I'm not being angry. I'm just not understanding, you know? Wait, cam is still weird. Sorry. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding what the heck is going on. He plays League of Legends? Shit. Okay, fair enough. We explained everything now. Thank you. Cam is weird. The camera, I think that it's because of the light. Let me try to replug that weird. No, I'm not angry. Like, oh, good morning, light. Good morning. No, I'm not angry. I'm not, like, angry. I'm just, like, shocked. Like, I don't understand it, you know? And it's just the best place for people to unleash their frustration in such a toxic place that 90% of the posts are to ignore because they are complete nonsense. I swear. I don't understand why it is so bad. I don't understand why people have to be so mean towards each other. For no reason. For no fucking reason. Just because, so then maybe they can get a little bit more followers? Is that it? Do you actually do something with those followers after? Is that actually a good community? I swear. I wanted to try Twitter because I think that it could be like something cool. It's a nice thing. Like, it's a nice place to find other like coders or like streamers. But why is it this? It's like the place where the edgiest wins. If I write, like, now I'm gonna just write, from now on, you will see my tweets being things that you cannot disagree on, alright? So I'm gonna be like, wait, I'm trying to, like, find a place where I can, that I can use to clean my glasses. I'm gonna use things that I, like, that I'm gonna be, like, everyone can, light is playing on me. That everyone can, I will just tweet emojis and things that people can agree with. Bennett. I should have danced it. This is a challenge, people. I'm gonna just put, so from now on, you can follow me on Twitter to see a lot of emojis and a lot of like really true sentences. Um, Facebook? Fuck, Facebook, I don't know what's worse. Verstappen better than Hamilton? Shit! Oh my god. I think I cannot more agree or disagree your post from now on. Oh well, Clay. I don't understand. I still don't understand what you meant there. Sometimes it's not that I don't disagree, but I like to contradict people. Kami, that's so fucking toxic! Why do you have to be a fucking pain? Don't be like that. Why do you have to... They go with the philosophy of free speech from the USA and the only their opinions and good. And what others say is bullshit. Oh yeah. I do have video. STME. I just have Instagram. Oh, really? And that's what I wonder, Michele. Why do people want to be mean to each other? You don't comment your post anyway. Yeah, I know, Kami. I know, but I don't know. I don't understand. Like, the last time that I posted something was me posting like a message from someone being very creepy on me, saying like, oh, I'm gonna stalk you home and blah blah blah. I was like, and I wrote, yeah, Twitch is so easy for women, and a guy, for men too. Did I say it is not for men? Oh my god. Sorry if I'm angry today. Yesterday I was sad, today I'm angry. I think that it's an improvement of emotions. Shit. Like, do you remember that guy? And I was like, bro, I'm not taking anything away from you. I'm just saying that it's difficult for us. Also for you. For sure, also for you. For everyone. But what the fuck? What the heck? I don't understand. She exploded emotions like Dot explores emotion. Angry or hungry? Maybe both. Maybe both. You like the songs? I'm not actually hearing it right now. But anyway, whew, should we have the DJ today? Shall we have the DJ today and just choose something to choose some music for us? Oh, Lee, that made me so angry. I don't have Croque. Let's get DJ, yeah. Next time, right, having babies is physically harder for women than men. Like, I genuinely feel like, because like, I feel that it's also my fault, because I am that kind of person, like, that's why I answer to people. Because I like to contradict myself. I like to, like, examine my thoughts and be like, try, but why am I thinking like this? Maybe I'm wrong, and blah, blah, blah. But then you talk to these people, and you're like, wait, hold on a second, hold on. I'm not that wrong, am I? We have to, yes, today we're going to be choosing the HelloFresh menu also. Today we're going to be choosing HelloFresh. Oh, your Windows drivers don't work perfectly? Oh, shit. Clayda, and no, just text me back, Clayda, just DM me and we can discuss about it in the DMs. Like, but if that was you telling him, oh, you are right, you're dumb. You're generally dumb, and I'm happy I banned you from Twitter. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. People, let's find some... Oh, okay, let me turn on the poll so we can choose the music together. Alright? Oh, I don't have... Oh, shit, I have to write it all over again? Holy... What are we listening to? What do you want to listen to? Do you want to listen to? Okay, we have... I'm feeling better, Dion. Donna, thank you so much for being here. We have classic. We have jazz. We have Hans Zimmer. We have Game of Thrones. We have Star Wars. We have Stardew Valley before Arya kills me. We have Final Fantasy. What else do we have? What else do we have? I forgot. Stardew, I put it in there. Gran Turismo. Star Wars, I put it. Are we missing something? Lord of the Rings. Right? And, oh, Organic House. Shit. I was forgetting the top one. Shit. Oh, that's why it is not working anymore. Because I hide extra informations. I want you to be up there. No, maybe it's better up there. Maybe it's better there. Looks ugly. Let's keep it like this. Okay, we'll come back. Yeah, just type in chat what do you wanna Windows laptop, and I like your whisper, tested the headphones and same time. Oh. So yeah, you can just type in chat what do you wanna listen to, and that's just remember the name, remember the numbers, remember all of them, because we're switching to see who is in the leaderboards of the check-ins. Oh yeah, we got the 50%. There's people that already got to the 50%. Look at this. Okay. There we go. So we have, of course. Oh, Sandra's back on top because now we changed the way you get to be first. So it's according to the check-in that you did today. If you were the first one doing the check-in today, then you are among the first ones. So you have Sandro, we have Angelo, we have Lorenzo, Henry, Angelo. Did I just say Angelo? 2 Angelos in the top ward? Holy! Canepazzo, Martin, Michele, Anna, Jake Ness, Cesira, Lady Pink, Icoffice, Ashkelon, Hidden Partition, Guzmo, Francesco. Did you like the badges? Did you like them? I made them. I personally made them. I was first when we didn't check. Oh, Ashkelon, I'm sorry. Did you like the badges? The badges? Badges? Oh, shut up. The badges. There's 2 more coming up. 2 more coming up. I have to make the ones for November. What do you think the theme for November would be? Like December is easy, October is easy. What do you think it would be on November? When I'll be on top 2, we will have 3 Angel. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're still working on this one, you know. What do you think would be the Castagne? Okay. Bonfire night. Leaves. Maybe sky getting darker? Yeah, I know, Lorenzo. I need to do that one. Moon getting brighter. Ooh. Wait, I have to think about it. We have to think about like what it could be. What it could be the next one for sure. But did you vote for the music? Did you vote for what you want to have as a music? First day of fog. Oh my god, I love the fog. I love the fog so much. You still haven't? There's so many I still haven't. So like you type in chat 1 for classic, 2 for jazz, 3 for Hans Zimmer, 4 for Game of Thrones, 5 for Star Wars, 6 Stardew Valley, 7 Final Fantasy, 8 Lord of the Rings, 9 Organic House. What happened, Meta? What happened? I don't know what's wrong with the ring light chat. I think that I don't want to buy another one. It's such a waste. Yeah, I don't want to spend more money. Like just stay like this. Don't move. Right? Don't you dare moving. Like this. Don't you? Nice. Anyway, shall we get to start this day? There is something wrong. Okay, today I'm gonna be a freaking pain with the cam. Just like, I don't understand. There's something that I don't like about it. But I cannot quite understand what. Oh, I didn't post the story. I didn't post the story either. There is something wrong. Oh, you like organic cows? Isn't it good? Isn't it super good? I really, really like organic cows. Okay, I like this one. Yeah, I know, Ashkelon. I know. I'm doing it now. Um, like only if I put a picture and a sentence, that's when people don't are they're not like a pain. When I express my opinion, people are being a pain. Anyway. I have no fantasy today. I have no creativity on what to say in this tweet. I have no fantasy on this one. Anyway, I'll think about it. I'll think about something. Shall we start? The October badge. Shut up, Jake. Shut up. Shall we start already? Oh. Oh, we have Hans Zimmer. Oh, lovely. Spagliato. With Prosecco in it. Where is it? Oh, okay. Come to work or I'll tell your mom. But it has like a nice face. There's like a nice face. I am being understanding, you know? Fob, if I can suggest you, do some small workouts. Some more small workout. That usually helps me out when I'm being angry. I'm your mom, come to work. In the future, we will be posting pictures without any description. And people will still feel the need to spread hate. Shit. A parent. Oh, okay, I got you. Apparently, I am a mean person. Come fight me live. Twitch.tv. There we go. Nice. Nice. Shall we start? Oh, this is a nice hoodie. Shall we start the work? There's something up with the mic, like too low. I don't know why it's always changing. Okay, people, I'll talk to you all later. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Hello. Hi. What's up, Heavens? Hi. You were asking? I don't get it. What is the cosplay today? Today I'm dressed as a divorced lady waiting at the porch for the kids to come back school. Yep. 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 You're not ready to start the day? You got this. You got this. Susan Delfino. No idea who she is, but yes. Yes, waiting for a mic. Yeah, that one. I'm graduating high school early. No need to study for school. High IQ. Good for you, I guess. Desperate Housewife. No, sorry, Heavens. I'm not in my 30s watching some drama. Sorry. Melina, of course. I'm about to study some Spanish. Let's go. What was it also you that texted me on Instagram? Was it you, Mel? You cannot focus for 10 minutes? Then try for 5. Try for only 5. You got shit done, Readers Tomato. Let's go. I'm proud of you. I am forcing myself to edit this video that I've made like more than a month ago. And I'm trying so hard to actually get through it. Because I needed to do it. I need to edit this video. It's the one with Aunt. Remember? Do you remember? Our auntie. Do you remember who's our auntie? Auntie Mati. Auntie Matilde. That's the one. She is, she's working for Epic Games. We got a call here. An interview with, not an interview, but like more like a chit chat with her. And we had a chit chat with her. I'm just thinking that maybe I Fabio! Matilda, oh hell yeah. I ain't, by the way. Fabio, thank you so much for the 5 months. So like Auntie Mati, yes. We did this call with her and she's amazing. Like she studied biotechnologies, biochemistry or like something, and then she ended up working for marketing in Epic Games. And I think she's very inspiring. So we had this call and it was super nice. Can we redeem a Tokyo here too? What do you mean? What is a Tokyo? That's a fresh one. Fresh out of the box, Melina, you're sweet. Tú eres muy sweet. But yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Good luck with your studies. Welcome in. She said it's something Dolcita. I don't think it's Dolcita. What's a Tokyo? What's a Tokyo? What's a Tokyo? Anyway, Metilda Dolcita. Melita Dolcita. Wait, what? Dulce. Muy dulce. Muy dulce. Voila. What is a voila in Spanish? What's a voila in Spanish? Ole! 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 There we go. I got it. It's a ole. Vale. Dulcita voila. Ole. Wait, what? Like, okay, so vale. Okay. So I wanna, like, I feel like she's very inspiring, and I know that this video has to come out and you deserve to have it out, so I need to work on it. So I'll be working on it today. I wanted to deliver it. So today we're doing this. Tomorrow I'm gonna be recording the video for a new study time, and I promise to you I will improve it. I just need to, you know, make it happen. I just work on it. Just I don't know if you also get this feeling, but yes, this is fucking crazy. I know that I don't know if you also get this feeling about like I have a lot of things that I have to do. I have a lot of things that I have to do, and I don't. I am like, I don't want to do any of these. I do edit the videos by myself right now, Potato. Yes, I am right now. Hi, Potato. So I don't know. I don't know. Mom Friday. Oh shit. Will G go to Starbucks this week, right? Yes, this week. Thank you for reminding me, actually. This weekend, we're going to have in real life tomatoes at Starbucks. I hope that there's going to be connection. You know what I can do, actually? I can go, like, in the morning to go check it out if there is connection, all right? Or, like, not in the morning, but another day. Well, I can go in the morning. Yes, I did forget. We will go in the morning. Yes, we achieved that one. You're right. Sorry, I have a very... This weekend... Milan, you're going to Milan this weekend? Yes, Bodhi, I am in Italy. I am in Verona right now. I'm sorry if I forgot. My brain is mostly dead right now. Even this weekend? What? What about? Yeah, what about it? Hi, Row Power. Hello. So yeah, this is the idea for this weekend. Yeah. How is learning how to code going? Oh, Bodhi, I haven't been like doing much about coding lately. Unfortunately, maybe I should get back on it. Are you also learning? If I was in Italy, would I really want to go to Starbucks? I don't know, but the point is like, Gio, Starbucks unfortunately is this place where I know we can get connection and I know there is enough space to stay, you know? Irlo. They're sad because they think you abandoned them. Wait, what? No, I did not. Oh! Even this, because you think that I did not abandon you. No. I just have my own stuff to do. Mama has her own job, you know. Engineer, I just enjoy watching your streams in a weekend. Oh, you're sweet, Bodhi. You're sweet. Chad, I'm hungry again. Holy. Before starting, I ate a banana because like I'm too hungry. Do subs get 2 votes for playlist? It should be, unless I messed it up. Let me check. No, I messed it up. It used to be. User have 2 options. Subscribers are 2 votes. My bad. That was my bad. But fuck, I didn't see who won. What won? What was it? Fuck, I didn't see. What won? What was it? What was it? Shit, I didn't check it. It was not Final Fantasy. Stop it. It was not Final Fantasy. It was classic. What was it? Shit, I cannot trust you. Why everyone is saying the different thing? Fuck. What was it? Shit. I'm sorry. Classic Joe with Organic House. Who should I trust? Who should I trust?
Shit, where's D?
Wait, let me see. Who should I freaking trust of you? No one. Can I clip and go back? You're being honest? It was... Okay, I trust Miley-chan. I trust you. Between classic and organic house. I'm gonna go for classic. Today I'm in a mellow mood. Okay, I don't really know why. Classic and organic. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. I now trust you. Now I trust you. Okay, people, check in with you in 45 minutes. I trusted you right now, Jake. I just trusted you. Anyway. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Hello. Ready for some bread ASMR? Oh. I'm dying. Hello. How is you doing? How is it going? Welcome in. Welcome to the break. We have something for this break. You need food too? Shit. Go get it. Go get yourself food. First of all, let's start this again. Now, if you're a sub, you have two. No, everyone has 2 votes, but if you're a sub, your vote counts double. We can spin the wheel in the next one, but because first, you're gonna have to help me out. Before the wheel, I need you to help me out with something, chat. And that is... What was that sound? Did I? Oh, that was my mom. I need your help for something. Yes. Yes. I need you to help me out to choose food. I need you to help me out to choose food. Wait. No. Thank you. So, let's first of all translate it to English so each one of you can understand what it says, okay? So, as you might know, we are having a sponsor, like a collaboration with HelloFresh. And you can actually get up to 65 euros of discount on your first 3 box with HelloFresh using the code POGHelloIT49. All right, you find the code also in chat if you do ! HelloFresh. And I wanted to do this collaboration from the very beginning because I think that this is really useful. Like when I was in, unfortunately, only thing is like, unfortunately, the code, it's only for people in Italy. And you know that if we get to have 10 people that purchase the box with my code, we're going to have a cooking stream of the things that we're going to buy today. I know. I'm sorry it's only for Italy. I'm sorry. We will soon get bigger enough and like we can soon tell HelloFresh, hi, we are more international. Can you please help us out with more codes? We will work on it, right? Today we're choosing what I'm going to order in my first HelloFresh box, which was when I was working and living alone. I found it very, very useful. But first of all, it was very loud for my... Go Miana, thank you so much for the prime for the 6 months. Happy health year. Thank you so much for that. So I didn't know they existed when I was back in France living alone, but I'm sure that if I knew about them, I would have definitely got them. Because like you don't have to think about the like to buy stuff because they send you exactly the things that you need for the recipe. And holy shit, do I have to show you HelloFresh to make you resubscribe? Lala, thank you so much for the 13 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Welcome back in the gang. Hi. So like, if I knew back then, I would have definitely got this. Because like, you don't have to think about what to purchase for your groceries. You don't have to think about, you don't have to think about what recipe should I do. You just check it out. You can also choose like, if you're vegan, not vegan, you can choose whatever you want. And the idea is like, we are going to be choosing today what we're going to get. And if we get 10 people to use the code HelloFresh, only Italians. So Italians, we're watching you. Everyone is watching you. Don't feel pressured, but we're watching you. Then I'm gonna also cook them, but for sure we're gonna open them on stream and I'm gonna show you how they are. Is that okay? So there's a lot of choices in here. Like we have, I was actually already checking it out before and I got so hungry that I had to. Steph, thank you for the 6 months.
Grew to live in fear, but no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Stefko, thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate you for that. And Jalford is saying, I hate everything and even I get HelloFresh. Generally makes dinner fun. If you're not into cooking, it takes so much of the stress out of it. Yes. It is not like it is not as expensive as you might think, because like I was checking it out. Like, let me see here. Yeah, there we go. Like you can have here you have the choices. This is in euros and it's with the promo. Then you add the one that I was telling you, and this is this discount that you get. So that you can choose how many people. You can put 2, so you have double the food if you're alone, and then you choose for how many times a week. If you think about it, like to have 10 meals, 30 euros is not much, right? I don't think that it's I don't like I've been living alone, and I remember that I was doing like I was doing like a grocery my mom's giving me the dog. I was doing like a grocery for like myself, and I was spending 50 bucks for the entire week, right? But the year like I saw other streamers doing it, and they received meat that it's good quality meat. Like it's a good one. I was getting like, you know, the one that was going to expire the next day, or like frozen shit and all of that. And this is actually good quality stuff. So I think that it's worth it for this. I might be side part because I'm a lazy person, but I think that this is worth to take away your struggles. But and they're also like easy. Like so we have to think about what we can get. We have bistecca di manzo. Wait, let me switch it back to English again so then we can all understand. But in the end, it's gonna be just for Italians. But beef steak with gorgonzola. Shit, with gorgonzola sauce? Holy fuck. Easy, have fun cooking. So that's what the things it's coming with, you see? Like, it's coming with all of these things. You just need to add olive oil, pepper, salt, and vinegar. I mean, you should have it, right? 30 years what I spend at McDonald's for a dinner. This one sounds very interesting. Like here you can you can also see the proteins and shit. All right. This one's interesting. Oh, this is for this is suitable for children. This is for you. This is for you. Look at you. So boneless skin chicken thighs and all of that. Like especially like I feel like if you're not that good at like cooking, this is a good way that you can learn new recipes and then you can reuse them and be like, holy shit. All of them now? All of them during a promo? Aria, thank you so much for the 14 months. Shit. So can I see a lot of love for Aria, an amazing streamer. I wish you was a streamer. An amazing mod. Super lovely. I appreciate you, Aria. Thank you so much for the 14 months. Appreciate you. Yes, Zeko, you are forced. You are forced to. Hello. Anyway, I'm not gonna go for I don't like saffron. This is this rice is with saffron. I don't really like it. It's a comfort food, but I don't like mushrooms and saffron that much, so I'm gonna skip that one. But I like sweet and sour glazed spicy pork. I always wonder how to do the glazed spicy pork. Do you know how to do it, chat? You know when you see like the glazed stuff, I always wonder how to do that one. I never know. Oriental mini tacos. Mini tacos would be so useful. Thank you for the pets. Tacos would be so nice for like tacos would be super super nice for like for lunch, you know? Like it's something fast that you can get like soft meat and apple burger? What the heck? Spaghettoni with trapani pesto. No, I'm not in the mood for pasta. Dark quesadilla. Yeah, I want to try weird shit. Like I want to try dark quesadilla with beans and cheese. Wholemeal pasta with ooh. This one's really nice. Burger with ricotta. Shit, I was watching this thing and it was making me hungry after I saw like 2 lines. Now that I'm seeing all of them, I'm super freaking hungry. Like, what should we go for? Like, consider that we will be cooking. Oh, these ones. Look at these. Meatballs with stringy mozzarella heart. Oh, 40 minutes. Holy. Okay, I'm definitely gonna go for this one. Beef with burrata? Holy! It's include like you see like to do this kind of dishes. If you bought the stuff for yourself, if you did this kind of dishes, you would be spending more than 30 euros in a week. Like to have all of these, you know? Shit. Okay, tell me if you agree with me. I would definitely go for The sweet and sour glazed spicy pork. Right? This one. 30 minutes fast. Sounds amazing. Yup, right? Then Oriental mini tacos. Let's check them out. Easy, 40 minutes. It feels like super easy. And then also you should also see the complete recipe. So, and by the way, you can see all of the ones that they're doing like for the next week. So you can see, oh, maybe it's just this week that I like them. But no, you can go check them out for the weeks that are coming after. You know, you can see all of them. And they're, oh shit. Oh shit. I think that like tacos are so useful if you're working. Because it just puts everything together. Just and eat that, right? So I would say tacos. Oriental tacos with chicken and ginger, they got me. The sweet and sour glazed pork, for sure. I don't know about the beef steak because I feel like I would mess it up. This for sure, these two. The dark quesadilla with beans. Do they have pad thai? I have no idea. Maybe in the next weeks they will have it. The Oriental tacos look a little... No, but I'm talking about like... I'm talking more about the... how comfortable they are to eat, Jake, you know? So I would say I would go definitely this one. The Oriental tacos. I want to try pork bites with saffron cream. It looks like curry, but it is not. But I think I'm going to go for that one. Moroccan sense. How many can I pick? And meatballs. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah. So if you haven't eaten yet, be careful. Does this work in Finland? I don't know, Joao. Try to check it out on your, search for HelloFresh in your country. It should be. Like, I feel like in Europe, there should be. Just check it out and let me know if you are getting it. Because, like, I'm for sure going for these two. For these 4. I got these 4, I think. Which one would you go for? There's also the cod. You know something that I never do? I never, like when I was living alone, I was never eating fish. Never. Ever. Like the only fish that I was eating was the finger fishes. So like the fried ones that are not really fish, you know? And because I never find like a way of like cooking, I'm not used to it. So I feel like this would be like a good way to like insert, tacos with cod, paprika, and lemon balm. This would be cool. This would actually, I think that, you see the problem, chat? If you do these things when you're hungry, you just want to buy everything. You just want to buy everything. Shit. Holy. If we get to achieve the 10 people that are gonna 10 people. If we get to have 10 people ordering, and we do the cooking stream of these, which one do you want me to cook on stream for my parents to try? Which one do you think between like the sweet and sour glazed spicy pork, the Oriental mini tacos, the dark quesadilla with beans and cheese? Yeah, I wanna. And the meatballs with stringy. Which one of these 4? Which one of these 4? The quesadillas. Everything looks so yummy. There should be in France, by the way, Petit. I think that there is Hello France. No, there is for sure HelloFresh in France, for sure. The meatballs, quesadillas, something Oriental, quesadillas, but I think that quesadillas are more for lunch, right? You can subscribe in France. Let people, if you are getting HelloFresh and you're not using the code, so you're not getting the discount, let me know. Maybe I can help you out, like, to get for the next month. I can try to do something, you know, like, we can try. Just let me know. And if you get it with my code, let me know also with that there. Is a start? No, it's not a starter. It's not a starter. Look at how many calories. Oi. Oh! There's many calories. And it should not be a starter. It's just like, I feel like it's more like a lunch though. It feels like lunch for me. No, meatballs? You think meatballs? We should go for the meatballs live again? More meatballs? 2 billion. No, 2 billion. Shit. Yaki udon with Japanese style? Shiitake. Oh, shiitake mushrooms. I don't like mushrooms. Never mind. But yaki udon. You see, there's so many things that I never tried. I'm very curious to do the sweet and sour glazed spicy pork, to be honest, to my parents that are not used to. I don't think that they're used to like sweet and sour. Long life to the meatballs. Do a poll, but the point is like we have the poll with the music right now going on. So we just type in chat. I can clearly see which one do you think it's the best. Which one is that you think it's the best to cook on stream between sweet and sour glazed pork, Oriental mini tacos, quesadillas, or meatballs? Which of those four? Which of these four? Mini tacos, the pork, quesadillas, sweet and sour. What do you mean sweet and sour? Worst combination ever. I love it. Meatballs, the porks, tacos, pork. Okay, I think we're gonna go for pork. Especially, you know why I wanna try pork? Because I genuinely do not know how to do it glazed. And here there should be like the recipe. Let's see the entire recipe. That tells you how to make it. It's Italian, but there. Oh. You will have it in your own language. But here you have like the entire recipe on how to do it. And I freaking want to know how to freaking glaze stuff. Kung Pao chicken? Holy, I want all of these. You see, I really like it. I really, really want it. It's super easy, is it? Okay, we're gonna see, I guess. I mean, we're gonna see if we get to disco. If we get to disco, we're gonna see. But so again, if you wanna try this, wherever you are in the world, HelloFresh is. I think that it's. If you're in Europe, for sure. If you're in US and Canada, for sure. Let me know if there is not in your countries. Let me know. No, there is. Bitchy, I think that there is also vegan. You can also choose vegan stuff. You know, just check it out. Polpette, meatballs in Italian. Yes, there is vegan. I think that there is vegan. There is all those kind of things like gluten-free and all of that. Check it out. Holy Festival, then something else, VJ. You can do it with chicken, VJ, if you want to. If you want to do it with me. Break restarted. Yes, we're gonna go. Like actually, yes, I'm gonna fix it. We're gonna set to 1. We're fine. Okay. So, if we get to this goal, which means 10 Italian people will use POGHELLOIT49 code to get their HelloFresh box, we are gonna go cook the glazed pork in live as soon as I get the box, okay? I'm ordering these, by the way. And, alright. Angel? Angelus? Thank you for continuing the gifted sub. Thank you for continuing the gifted sub. Appreciate you, Kat. Appreciate you, Angelo, and appreciate Kat for giving you the first opportunity to try the sub. Anyway, what is winning the poll? Oh! Just do this one. Anyway, what is winning the poll right now for the music for the next break is... where is it? Ooh, all right. Okay, we got this. It's gonna be some hyped music now. All right. Hi, Joey. Are we ready? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. People. Be good, everyone. Bye. Oh, Toxica, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Appreciate you. I'll talk to you all later, people. Bye. come back. Sorry, the bark fucking scared me. The bark scared me so much. I'll come back. Welcome back to the break. This is Radio 101. Welcome. The beats to your brain. Getting focused. Hope you're ready for today's things that you have to do, because we are achieving them. Give me the drop. It was not giving me the drop. How did I manage to stay so focused? I don't. That's why I started this channel, Medina. Because I suck at focusing. But I generally believe that it's mostly about training. You just have to train yourself. One day you will focus for 1 hour, the day after 1 hour and 30 minutes, the day after 1 hour and 45 minutes, and going on. Yes, it is break already. And it's time to choose more music. More music. By the way, I got the box from HelloFresh. It should arrive on the 25th. So, you have until the 25th to achieve that one. And remember, like, you have 2 votes, but if you're a sub, you have actually your vote counts double. And I still don't know why this one is not working. Instead of Dr. Dre, we have Dr. Ju. You were so focused. Let's go, Coco. You're making me proud. You're making me so proud. You got diagnosed with ADHD? Well, at least you know. You know? Like, at least you know. 4? Why Sag 4? Why Sag 4? It's fine. Like, I mean, most of, like, all of these. Game of Thrones, you might get in the playlist Game of Thrones. You made the Star Wars playlist. You made the Stardew playlist. You did not make the Final Fantasy playlist. You did not make the Lord of the Rings, I think. But Game of Thrones sucks? It does not. It does not. It's actually fine. Do I also have to vote? I am in for a 6. So I'm gonna go for double 6. Didn't change anything. Like, nothing at all. We have too many votes there. Too many. You get distracted so easily. Go check my last... Okay, maybe it's the worst suggestion ever to go check TikTok when you're being not very productive. But I think that I also posted it on YouTube. There's like I posted one about like brain dump. I don't know if we have the brain dump command or like something like that, but you can check that out. Oh, is it that one? Brain dump. Oh, Jalford, I love you. Yes, that's the one. If you keep getting distracted, go check that TikTok out. And then close the app. Only that one. And then you get out of the app, okay? Okay? Understood? I need you to say yes, so it means that you're still here. You're back here. Alright? Are we agreeing? I don't see yeses in chat. Are you all on TikTok right now? Are you all on TikTok? What the heck? I need you to say yes. Not agreed. Not me doing TikTok and to support. Oh, Jake, I appreciate you. It is a training as example. Make the work I need to do more challenging in a way. We lost them. Yes, we lost them. Yeah, we completely lost them. No, TikTok. Okay. Yeah, whatever she said. What? Oh no, I sent a lost salty TikTok. No! Come back! Don't leave us! Oh, Lee. By the way, we have been through half of the day. We're getting there. We're getting it. I have a paper on my side and I write on it what distracts me. The blank paper. I call it the brain dump. It's the same thing, but I call it brain dump. That's how I call it. You know? The TikTok does not load. Holy shit. 15 pampered you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, true. Where's your wheel? Let me spin it. Wordle! We're gonna have a Wordle. Later we're gonna have a super beautiful Wordle. I hope you're ready for that. The blank paper distracted you? How? I used to for time management. I didn't write it down. I can remember. Can you tell me it's called? Okay, so I use as my daily management, like my daily activities and tasks to do, and like my day-to-day things. I use Akiflow. Written. Maybe we still have it. No, we don't. But that's how it is written. You can still say that you heard it from me. It's fine. I use that one to manage my Takiflow now. I use that one to manage my task, my to-do list, my emails, and all of that. It's super, super useful. But if you are a student, you have a discount. I don't know if they still have it. If you are a student, you have a discount. But otherwise, it's a little bit pricey. It's a bit pricey, but it's the only app that actually made me super productive, so I kept it. Why the alerts are not working? Sorry for screaming. Why are the alerts not working anymore? Petit Pamperdu, I appreciate you for the sub. No, it's not like... What is this song? What is the song for this one? Astrophysica, you're looking beautiful today because you are being an achiever today. I appreciate you for being here. And it doesn't increase. I don't freaking know what's going on. Subs are broken. Subs are broken. Like they are in the total, I think. I think they are in the total, but they're not like in here. Or in here. Very weird. Very weird. So, well, I use Akiflow for that. Like, I put down all the things that I have to do, and then I do time blocking. About time blocking, I'm gonna put... no, I didn't know. Oh, shit, I have to do something. Well, anyway. I use Akiflow for my time blocking, and then I use Notion for my every like project management. But I use Akiflow for like to-do list. But Akiflow can be a little bit pricey, but c'est Kobe. J'aime ton être français parce que je sais que les français ils sont un petit peu complaining. Comme toi, j'aime la France parce que je suis en débit avec la France. No, débit sounds so bad in French. Nope, never mind. I said something that never mind. No, if you're French, you didn't hear shit from what I said, okay? If you are French, I didn't say it. I am sorry. I am no. You didn't hear anything. No. I'm sorry. No. Never mind. Yes, thank you, Zeko. I appreciate you for existing. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. No, I did not insult Zekobi. I thought, okay. You have to understand that there is a word in French that is. Well, chat, how do you call the things that you use to... No, I cannot say it anymore. How do you use the things that you cheer with on Twitch? How are they called? What do you use to cheer on Twitch? Yes, confusion. Those ones. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bad word in French. That's a bad word in French. That's why whenever I have French people in chat, I am very scared about... Thank you for the... And I say beaties because that sounds different, you know. And I have been like I started in the streaming I started the streaming in France, right? So I always call them beaties. Yeah. So I just duck. Yes, it means duck. Foie gras de bite. Holy shit! French worst language EU confirmed? Not at all, Ashkelon. It's actually a really, really nice language. I really like it. It's just very, very difficult. Only German is more difficult, but French sounds very pretty. Sounds very, very nice. Unless you are from Paris. If you are from Paris, in your vocabulary, there are too many mbawe that I don't like. But apart from that, it's beautiful. As in Italian, French should be easy. Get those. I'm so happy that the alerts are not working. I'm so happy that they're not working. If you know English, German is not that difficult. German is so difficult. French learning German only. Bawe. So like, I think that even if you're French, you don't like the bawe. Apart from numbers only. Anyway, shall we get back to work? Yo, guys think French people speak like it's in movies, but it isn't. No, you're right. But I lived 2 years in France, and when I was in, I noticed the difference when I was living with people in Paris, and when I was living with, I was living with people in Grenoble, and in people that were born in. Listen, shut up. when I was Listen, let's just go back to work. Let me just say that people from Paris, they have a vocabulary that is more like a pissed off vocabulary. Anyway, I'll take it between 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. We're gonna be listening to what are we listening to? Game of Thrones. Let's go. Yoo-hoo. Bye. Hi chat, welcome back. If you didn't know, I'm an aggressive, abusing e-girl. I swear the internet cracks me every single fucking time. Holy. Yeah, I know my voice is low. I just don't want to scare anyone. Let me fix also the music must be too loud. Holy. No, I'm not gonna say OWO. Holy, welcome back to the Prague. Shit, I'm a giga chat. I'm doing great, Oat Milks. How are you doing today? I need to get some water. I'm gonna get my water drop bottle. Wait for the unbound request. I need to fix the lights, by the way. Honestly, me barely wearing makeup. No, I am actually wearing less than usual, to be honest. Less than usual. Being all this, with the grandma kind of a sweater on, working, and I'm being called the e-girl. Welcome in 2022 and the internet. Your water drop has arrived? Let's go, Julie! How is it? Which ones did you get? Send me videos of pictures or whatever. Or if you want to do stories, tag me. Tag me, I'm gonna at least share you. Do I watch animes? I do. The point, I used to watch more, but I usually watch series before going to bed. And I don't like to watch things dubbed. So I usually watch everything subbed and I listen to the things before going to bed, right? So if it's in Japanese, I don't understand shit and I don't fall asleep. So I have been putting that on a hold, to be honest. Okay. A mix of the Mika drinks. The best for me is the Focus One. Ooh. Let's go, Julie. Thank you for using the code, by the way. Thank you for trying it out and trusting me. I appreciate you. I drink vodka instead of water. I wish, but no. Chat, let's go with one more. Let's choose what music we're gonna go for. Right here. Right here. Oh, Melina, if you do exclamation mark lang, you get to know which languages I do speak. Next month, you will try the micro teas. I saw that they're doing micro teas now. Chat, listen. If you care about me, you're gonna get water drops, so then we get to do more collabs with them, and I can freaking get also to have the micro teas, because every time that I do a sponsorship, then I get dragged into it. With water drop, I'm definitely gonna buy more stuff if they don't send me more. With Akiflow, we did it once and I'm stuck to it. It's an expensive software. I'm using it. I got sucked into it, right? I'm promoting stuff to my freaking self. So, yeah. And for sure, I'm gonna get also a lot of I'm also gonna HelloFresh. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it for myself. I just get, oh yes, Wordle, yes. Fresh out of the box. SSD, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in, newbie. Hi. By the way, the subs should be back to working. They should be right, at least with the number. Welcome in, SSD. Thank you so much for being here. We do have Wordle. Let's see if I can get to have it without. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Let's do this. Wait, no. Can you please not stay in front of me if you can? Wordle. Excuse me, Wordle. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there's so many things up here. I'm just gonna put it here. Floyd, stop yawning or whatever you are doing. I'm gonna put it in front of the paw. If I can. Here, where's the paw? Paw, where are you? Oh, there you are. Paw is gonna be under everything. There we go. Okay, if you don't know this game, this Juverly used to be so clean. I know. I need to remove more stuff. Maybe we don't, because usually it's supposed to be these ones with also the sponsor all together, just one. But since they're not videos, I cannot make it. Anyway, Let's do the Wordle. I'm gonna stay right here. If you don't know how it works, it's a game where you have to guess what is the hidden word. So we start usually with adieu, for example, because there are a lot of vowels that I like to do. Like if it's green, it means that there is the letter and it's in the right spot. If it's yellow, it means there is that letter but it's not in the right spot. And if it's gray, there is not that letter. All right. So in this case, we have the I in between. So it could be like plier. We're gonna go for a plier. Plint. No, we need an E. We also need an E. So it could be pain. I'll delete that because I got a wrong. Yeah, please. Is this a word? Not a word. Does not exist. Please. Sorry. I am sorry. Paints. But we need the E. We need the E. Oh, wait. Wig. Is wig a word? Yes, but it's not the right one. And E is not neither there nor there. There. Prince. What is wait? What is wait? What does wait means? Your weight. No, weight has a T at the end. Price. No, it's not even here. So okay, so it's definitely gonna be E something. It's gonna be like this. So it starts with E. Wait is the verb. Oh, I wait myself. Okay. Exile. Exist. I did not believe this at all. Not even a tiny bit. I was not believing in this. Let's go. Let's go, chat. We do exist. We get Wordle right, therefore we exist. Proud of you. Don't forget to vote here to what music you want to have next. Overreacting in a nutshell. Look, you want to see what is overreacting, Zeko? Do you want to know? Fuck, I banned Kami. Fuck, no. Stop, I'm banning the wrong people. Shit. Stay there. Okay. Did I ban you now? Yes, now I banned you. That is overreacting. Let me unban Kami. Sorry, let me unban my mod. Sorry, Kami. Sorry. You were just... Oh, you were unbanned already? Oh, I removed the ban. Okay. Sorry, Kami. Let me mod you again. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, Kami. Didn't mean it. Sorry. This is overreacting, by the way, Zeko. Fresh out of the box. How many newbies do we have today? Vuoto. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. There was actually an overreaction. There we go. I'm imagining Zeko being, oh mon dieu, ma parce que, oh mon dieu, parce que, il fait ça, voilà, les baguettes, croissant, bonjour. Poor Zeko. Let me bring you back. Oh, I'm sorry, Zeko. Sorry. Now you know what overreacting is. I did not do it on purpose, Kami. You came right after Zeko. It's not my fault. This is how exactly it sounds like. Are you in a call together? Are you? Yeah, yes, you are. I so want to get into this call. You have no idea. I so want to get in. I have to like restrain myself for entering so we could all hear Zeko going, oh, yes, I'm stretching your eye. Sorry, it's not like the house is burning or going on fire, but it's I think there's just washing machine just that finished. Like exactly what he sounds. Ho ho ho. And Arya, tell me if I'm wrong, but he's also doing ho ho ho. How he usually laughs. He's like ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. I'm not gonna get into the code. There is privacy over there. There is privacy. Yes, yep. Thank you. That is Zeko. Yep. The high, ha ha ha. When you go like ha ha ha. Sorry, Zeko, we love you. Anyway, what are we voting for? What are we voting for here? Wolf would say, "Are you barking at Zeko, Kami?" Sorry, if you just arrived here and mods are barking at you, it's completely normal. They are just very, they're protecting the field. So that's what mods do. They bark. Can you read Clear Stardew 1? I doubt that. I doubt that. Actually, I'm Japanese. How do you think, Japanese people? I've been to Tokyo for 4 days and I loved it. And I talked to a bunch of people from Japan and they were all lovely. I already had lunch, yes. Kami's a new one. She's trained her new powers. Yeah. Oh, Kami, you're new. What do you mean you don't have mod edition? What do you mean, Kami, you don't have mod edition? Oh, editor. Can I? Ah. Can I just give it like this? Holy, I have to do it. Oh, I have to do it manually. Sadness. Okay, I'll fix that. But what are we gonna listen to? Lord of the Rings. So if you were talking about, oh, it's such a sad playlist, this one, be ready. Be ready for Lord of the Rings. If I'm not wrong, it's in albums, right? Yes. There we go. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. We still have 2 tomatoes, unless we achieve the goal. Don't look at the bar. The bar is broken, and I think also the sub counts. Right? Let's just go, all right? Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome. This is your time. Oh shit, it's done. I thought it was going to be over and over higher. How is the video coming along? I'm so fucking slow. I am at 7. Oh shit. Miki! No! Miki, that shit. Miki, thank you so much for the gifted one. Chat, I was in a meeting right before. I was talking with Miki, who was doing like a project for school, for uni, and I was giving my input. I was so useless. Thank you for the gifted one, but I was so useless. Oh my god, I appreciate you. Not needed though. Not needed. Appreciate you for the gifted one. There's my mom's coming out the phone if you hear that. Do you hear it? Like let me close. Let me close the door. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for that, Miki. I appreciate you for it. I really do. You can hear her in my background. That's her. Like she doesn't just put her phone in speaker. She also scream. What my morning routine lately has been sucking so much. So like I wake up when I put the alarm. I snooze a couple of times. Then I wake up. I go to the bathroom. I wash my face. I go back to bed. I spend 30 minutes there hugging and cuddling with Pera, and then I go have breakfast, and then I come back to the bed, and then I spend another 20 minutes with Pera, and then I try to get dressed, but I get too cold, so at least I choose my clothes, and then I go back under the clothes, under the blankets, because it's so freaking cold, and I stay there after 20 minutes, and then I and then I actually get dressed, and then I spend another 20 minutes under the blankets, and then I get myself some makeup because I look extremely tired, and then I force myself to come on stream. I see that I'm 5 minutes late. No matter, I don't care. I'm gonna get myself a coffee. I go get myself a coffee. While I get my coffee, I scroll through TikTok, and then I come back here on stream. I see people making fun of me because I'm always late. I turn on the stream and I go live. This is my morning routine. I hope you can take inspiration from it. I know you were expecting something like, I wake up, I work out, and then I go have my mint tea, and I do some meditation, and then I read at least 10 pages per day. Yeah, you're right. Let me turn on the new ball. Should have saved the first one. I'll leave. Shit. Let's just go for this one. Let's go for a small one. Yeah, that's I'm sorry. My morning. I'm sorry if you were expecting something, but mi cama me llama. Sí. If you want, chat, I can do like a TikTok or a reel where I show my realistic morning routine. Like you might think that if you see me up here, this is really important. If you see me here, I am so not a role model in productivity, alright? I am struggling. That's why I created, like, I was so much struggling that I had to create a way to have people checking on me. And you're all doomed here because you're all checking on me doing shit when I actually don't want to do nothing. I would love to be in bed right now, Like, we are the fucking same, alright? I'm no guru of productivity. I'm struggling here, alright? What? Look at what you started. Me venting. It's really important that you do understand that we all struggle. All the people that you see on social medias, maybe one of the 3,000 that you see, maybe only one of them is actually being honest, alright? All the others are faking their morning routine. And I am sure about this. Why am I scaring you? You should feel better. I am the guru of what? We are all trying to improve, that is for sure. Let's all get back in bed. Yes, even the yes. No. I'm spilling so much tea, I know. But it's important to know that we are all going through a journey, right? And what I care the most is that I... Jake. Jake, thank you for the 2 gifted. I appreciate you. I don't know what was that for, but I appreciate you for the 2 gifted. I really, really do. Even if I lit you up, well, you deserve it. Like it is also important, people, to understand that we are all trying hard. All right, we are all getting on a process of becoming better, and this is the most important thing. They're just trying to be better. All right. There's 35 cream and 10 hours of workout, 1 kilogram of protein breakfast. That's important to know. Like, it's okay to not be good, all right? It's okay. The more you complain about yourself, and the more you are ashamed of your morning routine, the worse it is, because it will take you more time to accept it and then change it, you know? So why do we have only Peremon? What about dog? We don't have Floyd. We don't. Thank you, Steph Gore. I appreciate you for the pets. Every time they... Oh, yeah, that's... Viking Musics. I don't have a playlist for that, Livros. I don't have that one. But yeah. There is peace in accepting that we are not okay. We're not in our best shape. I definitely had a period where I had a super beautiful morning routine. Right now, my morning routine sucks. And I think that I can see it from how productive I am being. Spinning the wheel for Mary. Spinning the wheel for Mary. No! Yes. Oh. Okay. I was not in the mood for lip sync. I'm sorry. I'm not in the mood for standing up. I'm tired today. Are we on a loop? Okay, it's not gonna be that one. Song guesser, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Song guesser. My morning routine is wake up, dress up, and go to sleep in the train. Fair, Sophie, fair. You allow it. Thank you, Aria. Thank you for allowing us. Appreciate you. Thank you for giving us your, benediction towards doing what we should be doing. Thank you. You're so nice. I can imagine Aria. You're welcome. 30 seconds more. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. People! Holy shit! Let's go for one more tomato. Listen. Look at me in the eyes. I am tired. And you are fucking tired too, probably. If not, I love you. If you are, we are on the fucking same boat, alright? If I'm gonna get through the last tomato, you can too, alright? If I can get through this, you got this too. I'm no better than you. I most probably suck more than you, alright? But if I can do it, you can too, alright? I look like more Sauron. I look like Sauron. Okay then, you know that I'm watching you, alright? I will be checking on you in 45 minutes, unless we achieve the goal. Anyway, I'll check in on you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Hi. I need a glass. I need something that can reminds a glass. Do you come here often? Yeah, this is my bourbon. It's aged for 25 years. Yeah. Oh yeah, this painting. Yeah, it's just a Picasso. It's fine. No big deal. It's like the third that I have. It's just a third. I'm seducing you. No, I was not trying to. Holy. Yes. So let's go with that. How was this tomato, people? How was it? How was this last tomato of the day? How did you feel about it? Guess the song. Very productive. Nice. We have to continue this video. No, we don't have to. Not this one. Which one? Oh, the Guess the 100 song. All right. This is the one that we haven't done yet. Was it very productive? I'm very proud of you then. I'm super proud. Me gusta el Fernet con la Coca-Cola. No lo he jamais tried. Sorry for the mixed up. Mixture of languages. I don't. How do you say never? How do you say never in English? Spanish probado. No lo he. Jamais? No, it's not jamais. Thank you, Special Doll. People, we have to do this one. You ready? Jamal. Jamal? Hamas? Confusion. Let's go for this game. Wait, I don't hear shit. I don't know this one. Jake, maybe later, you know? I didn't know this one. I didn't know. Tell him to open a ticket, by the way. Alone, my darling. What is this? What is this song? What is this song? Yeah, it's from Ghost, right? Wait, shit, what was this? Alone for touch. Unchained Melody? Is that the name? Is that the name? Unchained Melody? Is that it? Oh, my love, my darling. I don't know. So do I. This is for jumping. This is a Rickroll. This is Rickroll. The cat slay. But what is the name of the song? Never gonna give you up. Is that the name? Give you up. Never gonna let you down. Deserve you. Dancing in the dark, right? Hand up the fire. Na 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 na. Dancing in the dark. Just moving. I don't know this one, chat. I have zero idea. Oh, I actually was supposed to know this one. Like, I think I... Oh, baby, give me one more try. Jackson 5? Yes, but what is the name? Oh, baby. Want you back. Yes, Arya, you're a genius. You're genius. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Oh, see, you belong to me. Na 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 na. Sting, but what is the name? Or Police? Every breath you take, right? Every breath you take every move you make, every step. Never mind. Hi, Billy. What? No. How to say those 3 words? If I just here, if I just lay here. What is the name? Can we just Chasing Cars? I would have never guessed the title. I know all of it, but I would never chase. Here. If I just lay here. I'm still living. And then what is that blowing in the wind? Oh yeah, it's like You're right. You're right. You're being fast. Very fast. Why did you leave that, Adi? I can still see it. Wait. Don't chase cars. Yeah, Angelo, don't chase cars. Don't. What is the next one? Pie. Somewhere under the rainbow. Somewhere under the rainbow, right? But who's the singer? Somewhere under the rainbow. My mom is singing. Oh! What is this? What is this? Superstitious! You're right! Superstitious! You're right! You are right! Yeah! Superstition! This is how my mom would dance. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. No. Na 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 na. This is the song that every single time I can never get the name in my head. Wait. Fuck. House of the Rising. Every single, if you look at the DM, if you at the VODs, every single time that there is the song, I never get the song in my brain. Never. I was trying not to look. No idea. Do you know? Do you know, chat? I didn't know this one. No idea, right? Na 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 na. All I wanna do is all I wanna do is it's like a TikTok. It's a TikTok. All I wanna do is and then do what the is it not? Paper Plane is the name? I have no idea. I know it's a TikTok. I wanna do all I wanna do song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. One more. Last one, chat. The last one. The last one. Alright? Okay, the last one that we know. This one doesn't count. I have no idea what this song is. The last one. Next one. Okay? Just the next one. The next one that we know. And they said, na, 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 na. Smells like Teen Spirits. Smoke Wearers? No, Cami. What the heck? Just where we are now, entertain us. I'm stupid. I don't know the words. Neither do you. Yeah. Holy, good job, chat. How many did you get? How many did you get, chat? Good job. Good job. How many did you get? How many did you get today? 0? What the fuck? You good? Good job. Very fast clap. Like then Julia. Wait, what? What? Chat, we are officially getting at our end. I'm gonna send you to someone that I found new, that I really enjoy. I really like them. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Right? I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here today. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Alright? I hope you were productive enough. If you still want to work, remember that you can join us on Discord. That's where you can still find some people being productive now. Or if you want to see more about what I do during my daily lives, you can come check it out on Instagram. I'll try to be in time tomorrow. I'll try. Wednesdays are difficult because, I have, that on Wednesdays morning I have my therapist. So it's most probably going to be late. So, she usually takes out shit. I'm like, I get a mess. Isha, thank you for the 100 biddies. But I super appreciate you. I really do. And thank you so much for being... Thank you also for yesterday. Yesterday you have been very, very sweet. I was in not a too good space, and you were super, super nice. I appreciate you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Be good and treat yourself right, all right? Try to be nice to yourself. Don't keep judging yourself. You're doing your best and you know it, please. Okay? I'll see you tomorrow. I love you people. I really, really do. Have a beautiful evening. Have a beautiful night and stay safe. Okay? Be good, everyone. Bye.